Welcome to this evening's Board of Education meeting. Before we begin, I'd like to share with the audience that if you need Spanish translation services, we have Lupita here with her team to assist.
Good afternoon y buenas tardes. Si necesita servicios de interpretación, por favor avísenos a mí y a mi compañera Jasmine. Thank you.
Thank you, Lupita. On behalf of the board, we'd like to share a reminder regarding the process for public comments for board meetings. For each agendized action, discussion, or information-only item, the board will hear from staff, then provide an opportunity for public comment, then hold the board discussion and a vote if necessary. Public comment on non-agendized items will be heard during item 6, and public comment on closed session items will be heard during item 9 before adjourning into closed session. To help us organize public comments using the system, if you wish to provide public comment, please complete a speaker card located at the entrance to the meeting room and provide it to the executive assistant, Michelle. Speaker cards for public comment will be accepted prior to the calling for public comment portion of an agenda item. I call this meeting to order at 5:31 p.m. and would like to establish a quorum by roll call.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Present.
I notify the audience that the open session will be audio taped, broadcast, and recorded for the district's YouTube channel. May I receive a motion to adopt the agenda?
I'll make a motion to adopt the agenda.
Second.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
And I'd like to ask Anne-Marie to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Item 2 is reports. This evening, we do not have representatives from CSEA nor the ACT, so we will move on to the next item, Superintendent Report, Agenda Item 3. These are routine status updates regarding campus activities, meeting schedules, conferences, and meetings attended, and received developments from Superintendent Sharon Offit.
All right, good evening. So school is out, so it's been a little quiet, and that's kind of nice in actuality as we head into summer break. We did have a leadership team retreat after school was concluded, and it was a lovely gathering, a way to bring the leadership team together to finalize the year, talk about the year, think about how it went, reflect upon it, and then also identify some potential areas for growth for us as individuals, but also as a team. So that was a very successful day, retreat, and was very much appreciated based on the feedback that I received. Also, I would like to share that I completed, along with Jason, you've heard that we've been in the Masters in Governance course, and we concluded our final session and have received our certificate. So that's very nice to have behind us and have all that information available to us. And the resources that were provided were phenomenally helpful and very well organized. So that is an accomplishment that we have to report out on. And then I think the most important thing is that we're working on wrapping up our hiring for next year. We do have a few positions still that we're working on and really working to figure out how to support our staff coming on board, but also in an effort to support our existing staff, we held professional learning days the week we concluded school for interest-based learning. People could come for part of the day or the whole day, pick and choose the sessions they wanted to attend, and those sessions were developed and devised based upon input and feedback from the teachers themselves who expressed interest that they were wanting to go. And I did receive some feedback from staff with appreciation for the offerings and the value that they saw in the workshops that they attended. So that's it.
Thank you very much, Sharon. Moving on to agenda item 4, our consent calendar. The board may bundle a number of items and act upon them together in one motion through the use of a consent calendar. Consent agenda items are routine items deemed to be non-controversial for which the board discussion is not anticipated and for which the superintendent recommends approval. There will be no discussion of these items prior to the vote unless any member of the board requests specific items to be removed for discussion.
I would like to remove a couple of items just so we can further the discussion on them.
Okay, go ahead.
Item B, as in boy. E, subsection F, subsection H, subsection K, subsection P, and F, the Houghton Mifflin only. Thank you.
So to recap, consent items B, consent items E, subsections F, H, K, and P, and then back to the main section F, the vendor terms and conditions.
The Houghton Mifflin, to be specific. There's a whole bunch of them there, but they're not listed by any letter. They're just
resolution.
listed by their topic title.
Okay. Thank you. The board will now open up for public comment, but I don't think we received any public comment for the consent agenda. May I receive a motion to approve the consent agenda without items B, items E, subsections F, H, K, and P, item F, specifically the Houghton Mifflin section.
Waiting for a motion to approve the consent calendar with the removal of those items.
So moved.
And second?
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
We can now move on to former consent item agenda, item B, Proposition 28 Annual Report. I believe that'll be presented by. Okay, go ahead.
I had a question on this one, and I got an answer to most of it. And the question was, what are the funds allocated for at each site? And since the numbers are specific, it would seem that the specific items or programs have been selected. What are they? Is there an increased need for staff? What buildings will be involved? Increased need for materials? More information needs to be provided here. And we got a partial answer to that one. And I have an additional question to that one. Were we going to be getting a list of the items since, specifically Carmel High School had 104,926. That's a rather specific number rather than just saying about 104,000 goes to CHS, X amount goes to the middle school, X amount goes to whatever. And I was just wondering if we have, since we got rather precise numbers, if we have a roundabout topic of what we're going to be doing, and can the board take a look at that?
So the plan is going to be developed, but
Okay.
even the funds haven't been expended yet, as was provided, and the plan will be developed. And once that this is an annual item, so there will be another report on Prop 28 next year as well, and that plan gets developed with input from the folks at the sites who are working on in these areas, in these fields that are impacted by, or positively impacted, meaning supported by the funding.
Right.
So that's a collaborative effort that happens, and a plan will be developed with them.
Okay.
So there's nothing
But-
in place at the moment, which is the report,
Right.
which the report indicates.
But I'm just, is 104,926 X percent, 55%? What is it, 38% of, is it just done by percentages?
Those are the numbers that
doled
were
out?
provided to us by the CDE.
Thank you. That's what I needed to know. I guess we're gonna have to vote on each one of them.
Yep.
So
Are there any other comments? Can I receive a motion to approve item B, Proposition 28 Annual Report?
so moved.
Second.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Moving on to discussion for item E, independent contractor service agreements, subsection F.
So for this one, we had Grand River Solutions, which is working on our Title IX coordinator in the past, and now they've expanded out. And my question that was not necessarily answered in here was, what kind of oversight is there going to be, and what metrics are going to be used to measure success? And have the site administrators been asked their opinions of this, since they're the ones who are using it the most, their services? I was just wondering, it's $98,000, almost six figures, and I think that there might need to be some kind of oversight as to how their success is being measured.
The contract is not to exceed $98,000, which allows space for additional services should we require them. So that is not the total dollar amount. And the services are provided to anyone in the community who wants to report a Title IX complaint. It's not just administrators or site. I think you said site.
Yeah, or the site administrators.
It's anyone.
I was just wondering how much was spent then last year? Do we know?
I can bring you the total amount, or can get it to you
Great.
outside of this meeting.
Beautiful. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Are there any other comments?
So Sharon, just for clarification, for that contract, that's an annual contract, is that correct?
Correct.
And so every year that would be up for renewal. And I mean, I'm sure that there's, like, the contract probably has deliverables. So is that how you're determining whether she's meeting our needs?
Correct. And it's a clear role,
Right.
which is to receive and respond to reports and help coach people and guide people through what their options are. And we've talked about that at various meetings, and we have implemented a planning for quarterly updates, right? So we're going to receive the second quarterly update in July because it ends at June. We have also received recently, I think it was April 19th, if I remember correctly, the most updated changes to the federal Title IX
Right.
statute, and there are really big changes, and we are really fortunate, in my opinion, and in many people's opinion, to have an expert organization whose sole role is to know all those ins and outs and pieces, and has a whole team of people working on what do those 1,000 pages of that statute mean, and how do they apply to us. And they have folks all over, so it's a good thing that we have that level of expertise working for us in support of what we do to implement those guidelines when they go into effect on
Right.
August 1st.
But, like, for example, in addition to the quarterly reports, obviously there's, like, the deliverables and the contract state, redoing the webpage. So that's
Yes.
obviously, we're working on that now.
Right.
So it seems like there is
Right.
quite a bit of oversight
Right.
with this contract that has not exceeded 98,000.
Correct, and it's connected to policies, procedures,
Right.
user-friendly documents, which all was in motion. And then, if you recall, we were supposed to get this update in October, which would have been great. We could have actually done all this amazing work. We decided to see if those those documents were provided to us. They pushed back at the federal level the due date or the release date of this new regulation, and it didn't come till April. So
Right.
as we have, I feel we're fortunate that we have a lot of groundwork laid, and we just now need to adjust what we created and then vet it and make sure it's correct and launch. So I feel like we will be in good shape because we did do quite a bit of groundwork this year around the website, making it user-friendly, creating a flow chart, all kinds of stuff. So
Right.
we will see that next year now that those new updated regulations are released, assuming that the federal level doesn't scale those back, right? Because there's a court case happening about it. There's a lot of complexity to Title IX specifically. So,
And I would imagine too that, you know, it's until we kind of get through these first stages and assess our real need for a fully salaried person within the district, it seems to make sense until we kind of get our handle on that, whether we need to move forward with a salaried employee or just continue with this contract.
correct, and it can be it doesn't need to be a fully salaried person. It is very possible for it to be inclusive of someone's job duties, as we have heard back in September or in the fall when we presented all of the information. You just need to have somebody. It is also it has been appreciated that there is someone who is not from the community that people can call, because
makes
we are a
sense.
small community.
Right.
I have heard that. It's all anecdotal, but I have heard that, which does also support the idea and consideration of how we go about this in a more permanent sense. But for right now, as we are trying to revise everything, having
An
a
expert.
real expert and an attorney and someone who worked for the Office of Civil Rights prior to doing this, that's a real wealth of knowledge in our individual.
Great.
So.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to say that they're also adding an investigator and a decision maker, because there's actually 4. It said, I thought it said in there that it was adding the
No.
investigator and decision
So
maker.
let me be clear. This contract this year and this contract for next year is no different. It is that these services are available to us should we need them.
Okay.
And that is why the contract is written as a not to exceed $98,000. It gives us space in that contract to do what we need to do in a timely fashion and not have to wait to come to the board to contract for extra time or money or things related to it. It is all there. They have all the people available to us. We benefit not just from the person who's assigned to us, but from the whole organization, the whole agency, and their experts.
Thank you.
And it just costs differently for the different roles that we might need.
Thank you.
If there's no further discussion, can I receive a motion to approve item E, independent contractor service agreements, sub item H?
So moved.
Second.
It was F.
That was the first one still, okay. So,
Yep.
all right.
Facilities.
Thank you. So since we so moved on H, I think we need to go back and make the motion for F then.
Can I amend the motion to make it so that it is consent calendar subsection E, subsection F? So moved. For me.
And a second on the amended motion?
Yes. Second.
Board Member Carl Palestrini,
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board President Jason Remenzi,
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Moving on to section E, independent contractor service agreements, sub item H.
So sorry. I apologize. I thought I had it on. So my question is, since the plan is only good for 10 to 15 years, we've already used up 5 years of it. And we've got, 10 at most years left in it. We're not going to be using it maybe for another 2 years. And things have happened in the last 5 years, like COVID and making a shift from college and career thinking to career and college thinking. Are we going to be amending that?
So I think some of that you will hear in our update this evening, later on in the agenda,
Okay.
around projects, project prioritization, how that works, and how the plan was developed to begin with. So you'll hear a component on facilities this evening anyway, as part of a different item. This is the conversation and discussion of the board, to be honest with you, around the item that's on later tonight. So I think though that this item that you ask questions about is for updates and information and updating our information so it's more current for right now. And that is what that's about. So you'll hear about I think you're connecting these two things. This is separate from that. This is connected in a way that provides an update, but what you do next, you're asking about next steps, that's the next
To come
item.
forward. Alrighty, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Talk through that out loud, sorry.
If there's no other discussion, can I receive a motion to approve item E, independent contractor services agreements, sub-item H?
So moved.
Second.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Thank you. On to item E, independent contractor service agreements, sub-item K.
What I had an issue with this one, since it's a new contract and it hasn't been out there, when I took a look at it, I was like, why are we talking to kids about keyboarding skills and yada yada? Excuse me. Sorry. I apologize. In terms of sort of data mining and finding out information about our student scores and how we're going to move forward, I was under the impression that we were going to be doing more of that in-house, taking a look at that, and that's why we have all of those things available. And you went through with the LCAP, and I was just wondering, our personnel is going to be taking this information from Schoolie Techs, I believe, TICS, and making recommendations based on what they produce out in terms of data?
All right, so it's Schoolytics is the name of the
Schoolytics, thank you.
company, and they are a platform that creates. I don't want to say creates. They create data dashboards. Those dashboards can be internally viewed or externally viewed. If you recall, 2 weeks ago when we talked about the LCAP, Goal 1, Action 1, and we talked about using assessments to inform instruction in order to improve student outcomes. So you're not just guessing at what might be needed. The analysis of that kind of data or the ability to pull that kind of data from multiple platforms, right? We have DIBELS, we have NWEA, we have iReady, we have the CASP testing from the state. We have all kinds of different things. This is one tool that can pull all of that data into its own platform. It pulls it all in, and it will spit out. I say that it sounds very awful, but it will produce for you a data in a visual manner that you can look at and have conversations about and analyze. It can pull data from ARIES, which is our student information system, so we can look at attendance. We can look at CASP data, like I said. You can look at multiple pieces of data simultaneously. You can look at data across the district. If you recall, there was a question 2 weeks ago about being able to disaggregate by school site, and I had mentioned that yes, we will be able to do that, but probably not necessarily on the public-facing form of that, because we have some schools that are very small and we can't do that because that makes makes students identifiable potentially. So we can't do that in some instances, but it is a tool that helps our teachers to have real-time data that they can look at and discuss and help each other to improve their own practices. And it's a very common practice in a lot of districts to have a data warehousing system that does that for you. And it pulls, like I said, I think that the item that's most important there, it can pull in a fraction of the time compared to a human being, all that data from all those different platforms and synthesize it and make it available to you.
So is this going to be available to the public as long as it doesn't, work to identify specific children?
So we are working with them. We have to figure out what we can and cannot do. There are some districts that do utilize their product that do have public forward-facing dashboards. They are usually much bigger. We just have to see what our data produces in the platform,
Okay.
and then we can go from there.
Thank you.
If there's no other comments, can I receive a motion to approve item E, independent contractor service agreements, sub-item K?
So moved.
Second.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes. Next up, item E, independent contractor service agreements, sub-item P.
So this is about Volair, and coming back to this one again, I guess the question is more about oversight, and what are our metrics that we're going to be looking at for looking at success, failure, or anything in between, because they are going to be putting out the face of what we have to offer for this district, and I'd like to say, it's now a $90,000 contract. And I know that it is less expensive to hire somebody to do it, but it also, what are we going to have as oversight for this? Thank you.
So when you have a contracted service to support you with communication and public relations, they are not the same as having a public information officer assigned to the school district. So they work with the superintendent's office and whomever else I might want to connect them with. Could be a principal, could be the board president about a communication or of one sort or another, and we work collaboratively on that. So when you say oversight, they're working. I produce what is coming out. I get to have a say on that. Let's just say it's a newsletter that I put out, which I have done, right? That newsletter, we create that content and they help us. They frame it up. They put it together. If we say we need something pushed out on social media, they can create the images. We don't have to spend that time to do that. We want a video. I asked for a video on empty bowls. They made a video on empty bowls. They came down and they filmed and they interviewed people. We had a video on empty bowls. So they have only been working with us for a very short period of time. So that was a test phase or a pilot phase, if whatever you want to call it. And we are working together, and we are, that's on me to create a communications plan and make it happen. So it's not the same as someone sitting in the office next door who is going to be the public information officer as we had at one time, and for a very short period of time, to my understanding, in this district. So
yeah, it was just a very short period of time that we had
it's
somebody.
it's different when you have contracted services supporting you with that.
Right. And I just wanted the public to know that, and to say who was going to be in charge of oversight, because it is almost a $100,000 contract. It's $90,000, $10,000 shy. But I think that, they should know that it goes through the superintendent's office in terms of oversight. So thank you.
And can you clarify again, Sharon? I know you already answered this question to some of the board questions that were proposed before the meeting, prior to the meeting, but I know that this Volair group is quite experienced. They have incredible qualifications, and maybe the public would like to know their expertise level and why you decided to go with them.
Well, I solicited input from a couple of folks. One of the main reasons is that they have, mostly these organizations or these companies are not necessarily located right here on the Monterey Peninsula. In this particular instance, there's someone right here who, who's local. And the company itself is based in San Jose. So that is helpful as well in terms of getting items produced for us with relative ease. They provide many of the similar and same services, but I
can
spoke to a
determine
couple
when.
of different companies, and this is the one I selected, in part because there's a local component.
And
Yeah,
you've been pretty
lem-
happy with them?
Let me ask a quick
Super
question.
responsive and
I
very,
know she's
very
gonna
happy
talk.
with the responsiveness.
Sorry, I didn't know you, I can barely hear you. So if we were to do this with an in-house employee, what would the cost be for something like that?
So inclusive of all the benefits and everything, all the full total cost. The only benchmark we have is the short time we had someone, and that was $240,000,
So this is a
$90,000.
significant savings from that.
Correct.
And I guess what we need to do is just take a look and to see if it's gonna cover all the bases and
We're trying it.
Can I make a
Yeah.
suggestion?
give it a shot.
I think it's important, Sharon, that you noted the difference between a PIO and what this agency does. I personally have not heard that there's confusion or questions or comments from the community about this. If there is, as so stated, I would suggest that we have Valair present at a future meeting, and they could talk about how they're servicing us, what they are providing us with, the support, the different media avenues, and we can present that to the public since there seems to be some confusion.
We can consider that.
Thank you.
If there's no further comment, can I receive a motion to approve item E, independent contractor service agreements, sub item P?
So moved.
Second.
Board President Jason Remenzi,
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Lastly, from the consent calendar, item F, sub item Houghton Mifflin Harcourt, math and reading 180.
This is about supplemental materials used mainly for our special ed kids. And it's been used throughout elementary school and middle schools, mainly has it still going on right now. I had the question that I asked, has the review been done on these when the math adoption was made? And since it's all not only Math 180, it's also Read 180. I was wondering, are we going to be taking a look at this when we do the English adoption? And the reason why I wanted this item pulled was that in the response, it was said that the items were in the red when the
items
dashboard from the California dashboard and Goal 1 Action 6. And since it's producing something that is glaringly apparent and popping out as red, I was wondering, is this program meeting with success? Are we going to be keeping an eye on it for the future? Because it is, I know that I at least worked with it back in 2017 with the kids from when I was down in Big Sur. So it's been around for quite some time, and usually we look at adoptions 7 to 10 years, so that would be right about the time that we'd be looking at adopting it. I was just curious, if it's not performing, should we be looking at it?
So just to provide some corrective information, this is only used at the middle school. It is not used elsewhere in the district. And that is exactly why the math component, at least, is on included in the LCAP. If you recall, I mentioned last board meeting that in the presentation of the LCAP that any California dashboard indicator that had a red box or red coloring, red outcome, needed to be included in the LCAP with specific actions, whether they were at the district level or at the site level. all of the district, Carmel Unified School District's red boxes, regardless of site or district level review, were in chronic absenteeism with the exception of one, which was in middle school mathematics, which is why Action 6 was added under Goal 1 for a review of instructional materials, because obviously we need to look at that. That is exactly the premise and for that action to have been included, and exactly what was reported out 2 weeks ago. In addition, we introduced into Goal 3 Action 2 or 3, I can't remember which one at the moment, but which was specific professional learning for our middle school mathematics teachers. Anyone teaching mathematics, supporting mathematics, to be able to get professional learning in that is targeted to their specific discipline, as opposed to broader generic something like restorative practices or inclusive practices, or like very targeted to their needs. So those are the two specific actions that were added in relation to that red indicator on middle school mathematics. And it is not solely another corrective piece. It is not solely special education students. It is any student needing intervention who is enrolled in an intervention class. So it's also not supplemental. It is the materials, the instructional materials for those courses. So that is exactly the purpose there. Part of the English language arts review it is happening next year, and obviously with those instructional materials, reviews of all those programs at all those different levels will include multi-dimensional elements to their programs, because it's not everyone. Curriculum is not a textbook. It's a package these days. Mm-hmm. It comes with online pieces. It comes with self-paced programming for individualized intervention based on a student's placement on an assessment annually. Like, there's all kinds of different pieces. It just depends on which program we land on as a district for the different levels. And obviously following that then comes all of the questions around, now what do we do with our intervention materials? And so yes, that is a logical next step, if not already incorporated into that process. But I want to be really clear about the math. It is not supplemental materials. It is the instructional materials for those intervention classes, and it is only at the middle schools. It is not elsewhere.
Okay, I could not find that I knew that it had been used at the middle school and high school and elementary school, and I did not know that it was just narrowed down to middle school now. Thank you very much. I also want to thank my fellow board members for their time and patience in going through these and getting clarifications. I really appreciate that extra time to be able to really understand it. Thank you.
Sharon, I'd like to thank you for providing that corrective information. You did articulate in the LCAP presentation what that was specifically for, so thank you so much for correcting that for the public.
If there's no further comment, can I receive a motion to approve item F, vendor terms and conditions for 2024-2025 educational services, sub-item Houghton Mifflin Harcourt, math and reading 180?
So moved.
Second.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes. Moving on to agenda item 5A, 2023-2024 California Dashboard Local Indicators Self-Reflection Report with Superintendent Sharon Offit.
Apologies for that. I forgot to grab the clicker before. So part of the annual adoption of the LCAP requires the district to do a self-reflection on something called the local indicators. If you read through the background piece on this on the board item, there are local indicators that are determined by the State Board of Education, and several of them are maintained at the state level, and are part of the LCAP. These pieces are also part of the LCAP, but these are the pieces, 5 of the 8, that are maintained locally in the district. So, there it is. So, local indicators are generated by the LCFF, identified in the LCAP, and often monitored as part of the California dashboard. If you go to the California dashboard on the website or the app on your phone or whatever you want to, or your iPad or whatever you want to look at the California dashboard on, you will see a component for local indicators. So that is what this presentation is, solely on those 5 local indicators. Those local indicators are required to be reviewed annually. They were reviewed annually at one of our administrative leadership team meetings with input from the group, who are very well versed in what's happening in terms of the district. I will point out in a review, this information is for the district as a whole. So that makes for interesting conversation, because sometimes we might do something really well at the elementary level and maybe not as well at a different level. Or maybe it's really beautiful at the high school and less so elsewhere. So just know that when I share this data and this information, it is for the district as a whole. And so we have to somehow figure out how we rate ourselves on the whole, which is why we do it as a team. So the reports have to be presented at a board meeting, not on consent, in a real action item piece here, and at the same time as the LCAP approval, which is why it is always at this meeting. And then we are charged after approving it with uploading it ourselves to the state dashboard. So we will then take the information that is provided here to you tonight. It's in the attachment. It's the multi-page item that's in the attachment, and we will upload that to the state platform, and they will have it available for anyone to see however they choose to make it available on the California dashboard. But that's how it all works. Those are the requirements. I said earlier there are 8 indicators. That the left column are the names of the indicators. The middle column are state indicators, and also where you can potentially find those elements on the dashboard, right? So for example, the part of the school climate is a locally held piece, but it is also connected to at the state level based on suspension rate indicators on the dashboard. College and career indicator is definitely held locally here. We have to respond to it and provide a reflection on it, but it is also held on the California dashboard under college and career indicator. So that's a table for folks who want to know that level of granularity related to these different priorities. Specifically for Carmel Unified, we have priority 1, which is considered basic services and conditions. This really is related to how our staff is prepared. We are really, really fortunate that we have very few teacher misassignments, as the state calls them, and misassignments are connected and related to people who are teaching in a field that they're not necessarily fully credentialed in. Sometimes you have to do that in a small district because someone picks up a period of this or a period of that. And there's conditions for that. And it's not just like you can hire anyone in to do it. There are conditions for it, but it's still considered a misassignment. This data is from the CDE. They have not updated it in quite some time, but I hand calculated it last year and it was almost identical. I think it was, instead of 0.7, it was 0.8 or something to that effect. So, but I've reported here what is on the CDE website, which is what they have pushed out. This is what we have. So we have 0 schools not in good repair. That doesn't mean there aren't things that need to be corrected or addressed, or maintained or updated. There definitely is a report. I think I counted up about 70 different elements, but this is the holistic report outcome as presented in each of the school SARCs, which were approved earlier in the school year. And anyway, we also have 0% of our students without access to instructional materials. So we are very well prepared for our students to come to school in terms of having a building to learn in and teachers who are knowledgeable and instructional materials that they can learn from. Priority number 2 is the implementation of state academic standards, and we're in full implementation. Those are those adoption pieces. If we chose not to adopt something for 20 years, we wouldn't necessarily be in full implementation, right? What I would remind folks of is last year we lowered ourselves in a section or two because we had a new instructional materials program in elementary school math. So we moved ourselves up a level because we are more around that sustainability or full implementation mode than we were when we fully adopted. So these ratings, if you go into the weeds of this report, there are rating scales that we use, and in an implementation year or in a second year of implementation, we might move ourselves along, move ourselves down, and move ourselves back up. It doesn't mean we don't know anything. It just means we have new materials that we're learning or receiving professional learning in. Priority 3 is parent involvement and family engagement. We have rated ourselves with full implementation or initial implementation in these different categories that are required. These are the 3 categories that you provide reflection on. And we have identified, if you want to go into the details and read the narratives, that we have growth in this priority area that we are expecting to address through the continued support of an outreach liaison who is bilingual in our district. And we do have improvement. There's still improvement to go, but it is getting footing, and it is gaining traction. And there is an appreciation for that position. So there's a lot of support for that element. Priority 6 is school climate. We have California Healthy Kids Survey, which is every other year, and we have in those other years, we have the Stanford Survey of Adolescent School Experiences. I put in only one element, which is an element that is similar to one that is measured very, very frequently and commonly in districts, including Carmel. If you look at historical presentations of this document, those surveys sometimes changed in the language or the wording. But this year was a Stanford Survey of Adolescent School Experiences survey year. That is, by the way, through the Challenge Success organization connected to Stanford Graduate School of Education. They're very well known across the country, actually, and that survey has the most current data around positive students perceiving that their teachers care for them and support them. It's a positive result, and out of a scale of 1 to 5, middle school rated, the average rating was 4.07, which is very similar to the 2021 administration. And then the Carmel High School is 3.75 out of 5, which is also very similar to the 2021 administration. The data up above is the California Healthy Kids Survey from last year. We just administered it last spring, and we did improve, although the participation rate was significantly different from previous years, and that does impact the validity of those results. But we also have written into this priority in response to the state's change from being required to do the California Healthy Kids Survey every other year to doing a climate survey every year, to look at the idea or possibility of selecting or reviewing and selecting any number of different climate surveys. We can stick with California Healthy Kids and do it every year. We can pick a different company and do it. This one, California Healthy Kids, is sponsored by the California Department of Education, and it was the required survey for many, many years, but that has shifted now. So we have a possibility of looking at that and doing something different. So that's written into our plan as well, that we would consider a change. Doesn't commit, but it says we would consider. So priority 7 is access to a broad course of study. And in this particular area, it is, as you heard earlier, really connected to the college and career indicator as well. And it's measured in different ways in our elementary and middle school. We obviously, as have reported on multiple times at multiple board meetings, an amazing array of opportunities for our students to engage in, starting in elementary school. Sometimes to the point of teachers saying, "I need more instruction time," because for the core classes and the basics. But they have amazing opportunities in our elementary and middle schools, and then in our high schools we have pretty amazing opportunities for the size of our high school. And in addition, we've added in 2 pathways that are starting next year, and additional dual enrollment opportunities specifically for the first time ever at Carmel Valley High School. So that is that element, and then that is it. Those are the 5 indicators.
Thank you. The board did not receive any requests for public comments. We will move on to board discussion, and I will open up board discussions starting at the end and work our way back with Carl. Yep. Turn on your mic.
Pretty familiar with where we've been with this, and I mean, I think it's already been approved by the county, if I'm not mistaken, hasn't it?
The LCAP has been sent to the county. This is
Okay.
the local indicators. They will approve it after we approve it. But yes,
Okay.
it's all been sent off.
I have nothing.
They have access to it.
I have nothing to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I just have one question, well, more kind of question comment. Priority 6, looking at the Healthy Kids survey. It's just in order to get a sort of a baseline metric. It's easier to keep one, so you were talking about changing out of the Healthy Kids survey. Is it possible to run like the Healthy Kids survey and some other survey at the same time, so you get some kind of a baseline while you still are looking at the Healthy Kids survey, and then, push it off?
I have 2 thoughts about that.
Certainly, please.
In immediate response without additional time to think about it. But number one, yes, we always want to have longitudinal data, but at some point you want to be able to have an effective survey. And if it doesn't work, then it's not yielding results. We have a very low participation rate the last time. So I would say that this might be an opportunity for us to explore something different, because those survey results would be an outlier year anyway and not necessarily comparable. We do have the comparison in there because it's there, but it's an opportunity that we would be leveraging at this point to do that. And then I think we need to look at what are the questions, and how are we going to be best served? And if we stick with California Healthy Kids, which we possibly could, would we want to add modules in, or we only give the basic module, and there are many modules that are provided. But we could also find a different platform that might be more beneficial to us and give us data that we can make better use of. And then I think in terms of your response, my response to your inquiry around doing multiple surveys, I think we have to worry about survey fatigue. And I think that with the we don't do a lot of surveys, we don't do a ton of surveys, which is a good thing. But our teachers do all kinds of assessments and surveys. And remember, this is a survey of student climate at this point. Right. But if we wanted to keep it and add modules in, we could. But in reality, there are other local surveys that school sites do individually. Our elementary schools did do a survey that they all assessed individually, so I didn't put it on there because they had their own data related to their own students. They all administered the same survey, but they each had their own data set, and it wasn't combined in any way. It was specific to them. So I think those are the 2 main things to be concerned about. Or not concerned. I guess the survey fatigue would be the concern around that. And then I think we have an opportunity here based on the past participation rate in 2023.
Okay. I'm concerned about the apples to apples, and when you're looking at data, it's easier to look at apples to apples. And I mean, historically, the Healthy Kids survey has always been sort of anyway. And I have I have no, I mean, from a teacher's perspective, I have no problem moving on to it, but you're just going to have to remember that that year of data is going to be outlier data, and you're not going to be able to really do anything with it unless you have some way of overlapping it. And that's the only reason why I was throwing that out there.
Yeah.
So,
We would
I-
be creating new baseline.
yes,
Yeah.
yes, but you're still going to have a year where you're not going to be able to really do anything with your data. Thank you.
Well, I think we already had 1 year where we couldn't really do anything with the data, if I heard you correctly. So
Yeah, and I
It-
think
this
there's
year.
a way to look at that through a slightly different lens, right? So we do have a year of data that's not super helpful in terms of the apples to apples comment, but when we look at potential alternatives that might work, or whether we pick one of those or stick with the California Healthy Kids Survey, regardless, we have to look at that as like, what is our systemic approach to that? Do we value this data? We should value this data. School climate is something we need to pay attention to. And how do we respond to it? And how do we use it? Collecting data just to collect data is not a good thing to do. Why? I mean, we have it. We should be using it. So we look at it and we say, what can we do to improve? And then we take that data and we create action out of that data. But that's not the most recent history in the district. So we have to get back in the habit of that practice.
I don't have any further questions, but thank you for an excellent presentation. I appreciate it.
So, yeah, I had a couple of questions around the Healthy Kids Survey, and then I know I asked this prior to the board meeting, but I know there was some interest in homework support for the parent community support with our community liaison. I know in Kashawa and in Big Sur there was some requests for that, and is there any opportunity for that this coming school year?
Sure. So that feedback was received during our LCAP input process as well, and we have maintained in the LCAP homework support at Captain Cooper, and we added in some funding for homework support at Carmel High School, which was a real location of need that was expressed. And then in terms of Kashawa, there were concerns shared, and the approach was to share that feedback with the oversight of that center and that program, and work from that point of entry and access rather than, I mean, it's there. We just have to address the concerns, and if that doesn't work, then we can look at something totally different. But at this point, that feedback has been shared, and we will see if we can get a different outcome this year with that input from the parents, and go from there.
Okay. And then around the Healthy Kids Survey, and I know I asked a question about this prior to the meeting, but yeah, I would be really interested if we have the opportunity to create a new survey that's a little bit more present for today's kids. And, you know, including questions about sleep and cell phone usage and safe space. Do they feel like the district is offering a safe space for all students? So if that's an opportunity, I would love to see that. I agree that the rate of participation is low, and so maybe trying to brainstorm some ways to incentivize with the students to fill it out. I can say definitely that my kids probably didn't fill it out or haven't in years past, even though I asked them to do that. So any way that we can maybe work with teachers to say, extra credit or something along those lines to incentivize a higher participation rate. Because I agree, I mean, the data is really useful. And then especially if the data is useful, if you can actually start implementing changes based on that data or additional support based on that data. And then the last question I had is, and maybe there's an opportunity to get feedback from staff and teachers about surveys that would be useful, because they're the ones that are in the classrooms working with students, you know, and even potentially parents. Get some feedback on what type of survey questions would be useful to have in there if there's an option to change them.
Yeah, just a quick comment on the homework. I've got a grandson that lives down the coast. He gets a lot of it done here at middle school. And at big time saver because, you know, early rise and all of that, long rides, the less time, you know, than a lot of kids might have that live closer to the school sites. So he does real well, but I was asking him about it, and he said, you know, I get so much of it done with supervision as needed here. So I didn't hear middle school mentioned in whatever, you know, I think you were talking about the high school mainly in elementary, but I think that needs to be said. You know, as far as the Healthy Kids Survey, we always shared that with faculty and went over the trends and went over the year to years and what changed to what hasn't. Is it a group of kids? Is it this? Is it that? So I don't know if that's still going on, but there used to be quite a bit of collaboration around it.
Yeah, that is a best practice, is to return that data to staff and have them have conversations around it. I do think we should be looking at any possible climate surveys that might meet our needs. However, we have an opportunity, like I said, with concerning participation rate in the California Healthy Kids. The participation rate in the survey this year was fine. And they do have some questions, not necessarily specifically about cell phones. I think that's real front and center these days because the research has come out about it and lots of people are talking about it. And it's something that people had a hunch about for a long time, but there's concrete evidence now, which is a theme for tonight, I think. But, right? So we can all have hunches that are on any side of anything, but then when you have really good concrete evidence, you can take action on it. And even if it's, even if the outcome is to stick with the, like I said earlier, stick with the California Healthy Kids Survey, it doesn't hurt us to routinely review and see what else is out there and see if something is more appealing. And I think we have an opportunity to do that now. And you are correct. The middle school does have a program, and it is doing very well. And it will be maintained through the ELOP, which is a different program plan from the state and a different requirement, not the LCAP.
You know, the other question I have on the LCAP is, in terms of the goals, monitoring the goals, is monitoring and implementation done throughout the course of the year, or is it a packaged deal where summary results is done at the end of the year?
Well, the LCAP has a variety of things, but it's really driven by that California dashboard data.
Correct.
So the test scores that from the students who just participated in testing should be coming out earlier. The impacts of the pandemic certainly did shift the timeframes in which the state was returning data to us at the district level. The State Board of Education, I believe, submitted to the CDE a directive mandate to provide scores earlier in the year so they were more useful, because if you recall, a couple of years ago, we only got them in February of the next year. So the school year's almost over by then, and you can't do anything with them, right? This year we got them earlier. We got them just as we were going on to winter break. So the goal and the objective, of course, would be to get those data points and information earlier in the year. I mean, September, October would be fantastic compared to what we've had in the past. But so there's an effort and an interest in having that information earlier so we can take action earlier. But the LCAP really is, at this point, based on the most recent revisions to it, really tightly linked to the California dashboard. So whenever that comes out, then we can start having conversations about the actions and whether or not they're helpful and useful or not.
If there's no further discussion, may I please receive a motion to approve the 2023-2024 Local Performance Indicator Self-Reflection as presented?
I'll make a motion to approve the 2023-24 local performance indicator self-reflection.
I'll second that.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar,
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes. Agenda item 5B, 2024 to 2027 Local Control Accountability Plan, also known as LCAP, approval with Superintendent Sharon Offek.
Sorry, everyone. This was presented last time with a public hearing attached to it. Information was received. It is addressed in the LCAP. There's really no changes to this, and so this is your opportunity to approve the LCAP. I'll remind everyone that we did submit it to the SELPA, which is the Monterey County Special Education Local Plan Area, which is a requirement of the LCAP for their review, and they have approved it from the lens of special education. As I shared earlier in the evening and also 2 weeks ago at the hearing and the presentation of the LCAP, that we worked very closely with the county, and they've been involved all along, and they have access to our plan. And after tonight, we will send it off to them for a final review. If they make substantive changes, we'll bring it back. But in general, minor tweaks or changes or things of that nature that are not substantive or don't change anything, we just make and gets posted, and we're done.
The board did not receive any requests for public comment, so I'll now move on to board comment and questions, starting with Carl and working our way back.
No questions.
No, I asked all my questions before. Thank you.
No questions on my end. I asked them all before.
Yep.
Thank you. If there are not any additional questions from the board, may I please receive a motion to approve the 2024 to 2027 Local Control Accountability Plan, LCAP, as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen,
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar,
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes. Agenda item 5C, 2024-2025 FY budget adoption and statement of excess reserves with Chief Business Official Yvonne Perez. The board did not receive any requests for public comment. I will open it up for discussion or comments, starting with Carl and working our way back.
No. No comments.
Thank you, Yvonne. I have no comments and no questions either. Thank you.
I'd just like to thank you again for a great presentation on this during the last meeting, and I asked all my questions during that time. Thank you.
No questions. Thanks, Yvonne.
Thank you, Yvonne. Since there are no other questions, may I please receive a motion to adopt the fiscal year 2024-2025 general operating budget and 2024-2025 Carmel Unified District Statement of Reasons for Excess Reserves.
I'll make that motion as presented.
Second.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar,
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen,
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes. Agenda item 5D, facilities and general obligation bond update and presentation, starting with Superintendent Sharon Offek.
All right, thanks everybody. So, I'm put these glasses on. In an effort to frame up tonight's presentation and update, it is important to note that there are several members of the community who have advocated for updated facilities and strongly urged the district to look into the feasibility of a bond to complete the projects outlined in the facilities master plan. There have also been community members who have questioned why a bond would be necessary in order to complete the projects included in the facilities master plan, or just communicative of their thoughts about about a potential bond in general related to any kind of facilities updates. So we have, I want to be upfront with everyone and clear with everyone that we have messaging from community members from all sides and all perspectives related to the school district's facilities. In order to have a good and fruitful conversation about how to proceed with this facilities master plan and future budgeting, sound budgeting with fiscal responsibility, it is important to have data. So tonight you will hear about the process of creating the facilities master plan, the manner in which projects are prioritized, the financial aspects of implementing those identified projects, and the current community perspective related to the perceived need for additional funding for the schools in the district related to facilities. The district staff have collaborated to provide the most accurate update to you. This data is a true baseline, as there was no community-wide conversation about any needs in the district, and it is not taking place on the heels of a quite costly, I think we calculated out to roughly $180,000 back in 2017 to 19 facilities master plan project. It does give the district invaluable information about the community stance at this time, so it is true baseline information. So this evening we have Yvonne Perez, Dan Paul, and Jessica Polsky-Sanchez presenting different elements of this presentation related to facilities, financial obligations related to facilities, and the polling results of a potential bond or feasibility of a bond. So with that, I turn it over to Dan Paul.
You through a little history of the facility master plan, and Sharon may want to jump in from time to time because I tend to gloss over things because I lived through it. And there are actually 2 board members here that were here through it. We started a facility master plan in 2017, and that was in response to a number of requests we were getting from the sites for facility improvements, but there wasn't a coordinated vision. So we started the master plan process and held quite a number of meetings with the various sites, stakeholders. There were student committees, administrator committees, town halls, and ended up finalizing the master plan in June of 2019. After that, the board gave direction to continue moving forward. We worked with the board to refine the list of projects and move towards a smaller list and prioritize some sites. We did some polling with the community. Things were looking good, and then COVID shut down everything, and we stopped the process at that time. So the facility master plan process, I talked a little bit about it, but it was a very extensive process. It was 2 years. We involved a number of consultants. We had everything from demographers to architects to engineers and community members from all over the district working on it. This library was full for town hall meetings, and we had quite a number of them. If you look at the master plan, in the back there's the minutes of every meetings, and there's the information that was produced. It was very extensive. The list of participants, like I said, 2 full pages. So there was community input. Yes, there's a great copy of the master plan. What rose to the top was safety and security, college and career readiness, the facilities to support that, and support student spaces with mental wellness, flexible spaces. And the thought in 2020 was it's a general election year for the presidential election, and we'd have a good chance of passing. And the polling was supporting that at that time. As we move forward after that, actually, the considerations really boiled down to the high school had a lot of needs. If you look at the site, it's our oldest site. We have buildings there that have a DSA stamp of 1939, so they're over 80 years old at this point. If you look at the administration building, the wing above the administration building, they were built in 1940, and they look like it. There are needs at that site. They don't support the current instruction we want to do. They're not sustainable. I mean, you look at even the modernization in 2000 through 2005, we installed furnaces at the time that were state-of-the-art, but they're 80% efficient. Everybody's installing 98% efficient, or they're going to heat pumps now. So we're struggling to keep up with our facilities. The other thing we note is the construction costs have increased, and you'll see a slide later on where you can see through the early 2000s and 2010s, you'd get a consistent cost increase, but over the last couple of years, there's been a tremendous increase in costs, and we don't see that slowing down at all. It's making it difficult to project the cost of these projects and try and stay ahead of it. The longer we wait, the more they're going to cost. We don't see the cost going down. Modernization recommends every 25 years. We're just about there right now. We started our first modernizations in June of 2001. And so the board approved the master plan, and we based all our work on that. They prioritized projects for us. We had guiding principles, and we really had a goal of looking at career and college readiness, and it was going to start at the high school and filter down through the sites. We wanted to hit the sustainability goals. There were a lot of things we wanted to accomplish with it by improving our facilities and making our sites more energy efficient and improving the teaching spaces for the students and the teachers. The next slide is a great shot of pictures. It kind of gives you an idea of our sites right now. When you do the drive-by, our sites look pretty good. They've got a good coat of paint. The roofs you see from the road look pretty good. The grounds crew does a pretty good job of maintaining the front of the site. But when you go in depth on the left-hand side, you'll see some of they're just old buildings. You have termite damage, you have dry rot. When you look at the center photos, you can see we have water standing at some sites. There's a site that has old asphalt walkways that need to be replaced. There are trip hazards there. And a great shot of the high school there is between the cafeteria and the classroom wing. And if you look at all the cuts in that asphalt, that's every time something has had to been dug up, fixed, and patched. And think about how many patches you see in that asphalt. And then on the far right-hand side, there's a shot of some of the additional asphalt. The cafeteria's in that picture as well. There have been goals of improving the cafeteria since 2004. I've been in meetings as early as 2004 where we talked about we need to do something with this building. It's old. It doesn't serve the needs of the district like it once did. And the bottom shot is a great picture of room 17 in the high school. Room 17 was built in approximately 1940, and what you see right there is the floor plan from 1940. It was damaged by a fire in the early 90s and was rebuilt to the exact floor plan of 1940. So if you compare that to the new science wings we have at the high school, think about it. If you're a teacher, where would you rather teach? In some place like that, or the state-of-the-art facilities we built for our current instruction? So that's kind of what we're looking at. There are needs all over the district, and anywhere you want to look, you can find something that we could improve for the students. And I think Yvonne will take over for financials.
And I had intended to say this. I'm going to ask that we go through the whole presentation, all three presenters, and then we'll have a conversation and discussion, and they'll be available to answer questions if necessary.
Yes, thank you, Dan. He always does such a great job. It's hard to follow Dan. So we're trying to frame up what did it cost in our prior authorizations, and what does that look like what would that look like today in today's dollars? And so here I found this. It was a list of projects that were completed from the 2005 authorization, and so you can see that there was an authorization of 22.4 million, almost 22.5 million. We had other financing sources that were also used, a little bit of donations perhaps. I wasn't here at the time, and then also general fund dollars. So we have used general fund dollars quite extensively over the years to make facility improvements. As a matter of fact, when you hear us talk about Fund 40, which is titled Capital Outlay Fund, all of the Fund 40 dollars come from the general fund. And so that's what you're seeing there in the middle. And so the total project cost from that 2005 authorization was 33.5 million, and you can see the things that were completed with that authorization. When you have a 55% bond authorization where 55% of your voters have to approve it, there's another one that requires I don't remember. I think it's 75% or 65%. The 55% requires you to have an oversight by the citizens. It's called a Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. And I actually came across a whole bunch of notes and information that at that time, when the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee was active, are very involved. And so when you sell a bond, it can only be used for your facilities and for the projects that you have identified that you're going to use it for. Your Citizens Bond Oversight Committee ensures that you're doing that. They're watching out. And then also there's a special audit that occurs while when you have funds that are still being spent. So those audits are conducted. After all of the funds are spent, then the audit of the bond and the debt is part of our annual audit from our independent auditors. So the reason I'm focusing on this is you'll see that there's some misconception in the community about a need for a bond and accountability for the district using a bond. So I included this inflation effect. Shin Green with East Shore Consulting is our financial consultant that's worked with the district all through the facility master's plan process. And I think even prior to that, so he has a long history with the district. But I asked him to do, what would, taking that 2005 and 2000 authorizations that were each around $20 million, what would that look like in today's dollars? And so that's what this chart shows, and I realized that it's really small. But if you remember back on this slide here, I asked him to just look at the 22 million. And so that what's in the slide, and I realized later, but really was a $33 million project. So when we put the effect of the cost of inflation, and you can see in some of those years we had as high as 13% increase in construction costs, and construction costs are continuing to be quite high. Those same authorizations would cost us today $117 million. So in the past, as I said, we've been able to use general fund dollars, but with the high cost of living in the area, we have had to stay competitive for our labor market, which is our staff, our teachers, and everything that we do to support students. And so our ability to sustain the amount that we've put in the past into these projects is less. Probably part of the other funding sources was also funds that were eligible for state modernization. And so we will be eligible, as you saw in one of the slides, we're eligible for quite a bit by the year 2028. The state doesn't have any funds for the state facility program, but generally once you put in a project, it goes into an unfunded list. And in my experience, it eventually gets funded. In my old district, it was taking about 5 years. We'd put in the application, and about 5 years later, we'd get the funding for it, 4 to 5 years. So what does that look like? We really had to make a decision as we were contemplating, which you'll hear from Jessica Polsky-Sanchez with EMC Research. One of the things that is polled is the authorization, the bond question that would be in there. So based on our past history, the previous bond poll that we did in the year 2000, we used a smaller amount, but we know what our needs are. Our needs are great, and we know that everything is costing more. And so with an educated assumption, we chose to poll 190 million. And so Mr. Shin Green also put this together for us. And so you can see that if we had a bond authorization of 190 million, and there are great needs in the district, the average cost per 100,000 of assessed value would be $29. And so what does that look like for a homeowner? So if you have a single family residence that's assessed value of 900,000, it would be an annual cost of $261, and the monthly cost would be $21. If a home was 1.5 million, the annual cost additional would be $435, and so that would be $36.25 per month. A home that had an assessed value of $3 million, the annual cost to the homeowner would be, in property tax, would be $870, and that equates to $72.50. So to just put that in a little bit of perspective, I went to dinner the other night with my husband, just he and myself, and it wasn't anything that fancy, and it was $72 with a tip. We spent $90. And so just kind of putting that in perspective for a family. And so So I also included just a comparison of Go Bond tax rate comparisons with some of our comparison districts, but also districts that are around us in the Monterey Peninsula. So you can see that Carmel is quite low. There's only one other district in our comparison districts that is lower than us, and that's Laguna Beach. And so Carmel, per 100,000 property owners are paying $22.33. Those, our debt, it's pretty amazing. Our debt is scheduled to be paid off around 2033. And so there's lots of sorts of things that a financial person can do to wrap around. You can extend it, you can make it smaller on what that would look like in reality. So Pacific Grove, down the road from us, you can see that their taxpayers are paying $64.69 per 100,000. And so they've had all of these other districts have had a much more robust bond program than we've experienced here. It's been since 2005 that we actually went out to the voters for additional funds for facilities. So all of that information was important for us to issue a poll, and so we started talking to Jessica Polsky with EMC Research. The poll does gauge public opinion and support for a proposed bond. The results guide our planning and execution if we are to go forward. It also identifies issues and concerns and misconceptions that might be in the community that we know that we then need to address and communicate. It provides information for staff and the board, of course, to make decisions, and it is the jump start. It is the jump start to our planning. And so with that, I would like to introduce Jessica Polsky. She is going to join us by Zoom, and she's going to present the results of the poll that was recently issued.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me okay? Hopefully you all can hear me. I didn't hear a response.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes,
Okay,
we can hear
perfect.
you. I don't know if anybody else has a mic on.
Okay, so I am happy to present to you the summary of likely voters here in Carmel Unified School District. A few notes before I share the results with you. So if we go to the next slide. I'll start out with just a few notes about EMC Research, along with the purpose of this project, which you've already heard summarized, but I'll just reinforce what's been said. Just a bit about EMC Research. We are a national full-service opinion research firm. We do serve clients in a range of sectors from public to private, and we've been in business since 1989. So that brings us more than 30 years of experience working with public entities, including school districts, to help gauge the feasibility of revenue measures. So our clients include public agencies across the state and beyond who rely on us to craft insightful research tools, collect accurate data, and provide analysis that answers the key strategic questions from our clients and inform important decision-making. So the district engaged EMC this time to provide research to help gauge the feasibility of a potential bond measure for the November 2024 ballot. And once again, my name is Jessica Polsky Sanchez. I'm a principal at EMC, and I serve as the project lead for this survey. On the next slide, a few more notes about the methodology for this poll. So we did use scientific methods to reach a random and representative sample of voters here in Carmel Unified School District. And using the scientific methodology, we are able to target a specific number of interviews, in this case, 400 interviews, and project the results to likely voters in the district within a margin of error of plus or minus 4.9 percentage points. So in order to reach those 400 voters, we used a combination of telephone interviews and online interviews where we reached out to voters by email or text invitation. The live telephone interviews were conducted by trained and professional interviewers on both landlines and mobile phones. And we did these surveys between May 19th and June 2nd. And as was mentioned, we did a survey back in 2020. So we do have some questions that have been asked over time, and you'll see some comparisons to the results back in 2020 throughout this report. So on the next slide, I'll summarize the key findings from this study, and then I'll share some of the more detailed results. We do see voters here in the district feel optimistic about the way things are going in the community broadly. Voters continue to rate the local schools and their education quality positively. There's been a decline, however, when we compare ratings of the schools specifically and the quality of education since 2020. Although many do prioritize maintaining school quality, even if it means increasing taxes, we have receptiveness to increases in taxes. We also see that many perceive that there's not a need for additional funding for the schools. And accordingly, initial support for a potential bond measure is below the 55% threshold that's needed to pass. And while voters do recognize, based on these results, the importance of the projects that would be funded by a bond measure, additional information about the benefits of the measure doesn't increase support above the 55% threshold. So with that, we'll go to the next slide and start going through the results. Next slide, please. This is the question that we use kind of as a warm-up, an introductory question in the survey that doesn't talk about education or schools at all. Rather, it is simply a gauge of overall optimism and pessimism. We ask, do you feel that things in the community in which you live are generally going in the right direction, or do you feel things have gotten pretty seriously off on the wrong track? And as you can see, we asked the question in 2020 on the left-hand side, and again in the recent survey in 2024. Both times, we've seen around 2/3 saying that things are going in the right direction. This time we have 27% saying things are off on the wrong track, and 6% don't answer one way or another. So a pretty high level of optimism continues in the community. On the next slide, this is where we mentioned to respondents that students are often given grades of A, B, C, D, or F to denote the quality of their work. Suppose the schools in your community were graded in the same way. How would you rate the Carmel Unified School District in each of the following areas? So you can see on the top there, for the quality of education, we asked the question in 2020 and again in 2024. And now we see still an overwhelming majority giving the district a grade of an A or a B. Very, very few voters giving the district a grade or of a D or an F on the quality of education. Nevertheless, there has been a little bit of softening on that question. When it comes to the overall safety of schools and grounds, only a very slight softening here. So the perception is actually very positive around the safety of schools and grounds. Similarly, for the condition of the school buildings and facilities, overwhelmingly, voters who give us a substantive response on this question grade the condition of school buildings and facilities positively, and we haven't seen softening on that question compared to 2020. That tells us, that's an initial indication that perception is that the quality of the facilities is quite good. Lastly, public schools in the Carmel Unified School District. Here you do see the softening, although still majority grading the public schools as an A or a B. On the next slide, we have a few questions to help us gauge tax sentiment very generally. So we ask voters, do you agree or disagree with these statements? On the top there, maintaining the quality of our schools should be a top priority, even if it means raising taxes. You can see that while there's been a slight decrease compared to 2020, we still see the vast majority, 68% at least somewhat, agree with that statement. So that tells us there is receptiveness to increasing taxes to maintain quality schools. Second there, I trust the Carmel Unified School District to properly manage my tax dollars. We have seen a substantial decrease in trust compared to 2020. We now see 35% agree that they trust the district to manage tax dollars properly and 56% disagree. And then the last question here, I would never vote for a tax increase, no matter how it might be used. Is quite low. 26% agree with that, but the vast majority, 70%, disagree, and that's similar to what we saw back in 2020. So there is, again, receptiveness in this community to potentially raising taxes where voters see a need to do so. On the next slide, this question gets at perception of need for additional funding. So we asked, would you say that schools in Carmel Unified School District have a great need for more money, some need for more money, only a little need for more money, or no real need for more money? And as you can see, once again, we asked the question in 2020 and again in 2024. We only see 1 in 10% saying that there's a great need, another 23% saying there's some need. So 33%, a third of voters, perceive a need for additional funding, but the majority don't see a need. And that was actually the case in 2020 as well. But that tells us that there is a lack of awareness around the need. On the next slide, one more, please. This slide summarizes the ballot question that was presented in the survey, which read as follows: to update local school technology, engineering, arts, and career and college readiness classrooms and labs, improve school safety, security, and accessibility, upgrade and replace aging roofs, heating, ventilation, plumbing, and sewer systems. Shall Carmel Unified School District's measure be adopted, issuing $190 million in bonds at legal rates, raising an estimated average of $12.85 million annually, while bonds are outstanding with projected tax rates of $29 per 100,000 of assessed valuation, with independent oversight, audits, no money for administrators, all funds staying local. And as you can see, when we asked if the election were held today, would you vote yes to approve or no to reject this measure? Initially, 46% say they would vote yes. Another 1% are undecided, but lean yes, for a total of 47% who would support the measure today. 51% total would vote no, and 2% are initially undecided. So support does fall short of a majority in this initial ask. On the next slide, this is a follow-up question after we asked voters if they would support the measure. If they voted yes on that initial ask, we said, why would you vote yes? If they voted no, we said, why would you vote no? And so you can see this is an open-ended question, but we've coded the responses into these categories so that we could tally the percentage giving each of these kinds of responses. So on the left-hand side, among those who voted yes, reasons vary very little. Really, the majority of people are saying they would vote yes because they support education. Education is important. Quality schools are important. This is needed. It's beneficial, good for students, good for the community, and because there are needs. 17% say they perceive infrastructure and repair needs. On the other hand, on the right-hand side here, among those who vote no initially, the predominant response as a reason for voting no is that this measure is unnecessary. They think that the district has enough funding to do what it needs to do. That's mentioned by 40% of those who vote no. 22% say they simply don't want to support a tax measure. 22% mention fiscal accountability concerns. 10% of those who vote no say that this is too much money, and 7% say that they would just need more information. On the next slide, this has a lot of data here on the slide, but it summarizes support for the bond measure and the initial ask in the survey by demographic subgroups. So on the left-hand side, you can see each of the demographic groups. Next to each of the groups is the percentage that they represent of the likely November electorate. And then you can see the total yes and total no among each of these demographic subgroups. They are sorted based on highest to lowest among those groups we're showing here. You can see that Democrats, among Democrats, 60% initially are supportive, among renters, 57%, among less frequent voters, 55%. You can see among current district parents, we're at 52% initial support. And as you move down this list, you see diminishing support with some of those the pretty important voter blocks like higher propensity voters, homeowners, and no party preference voters as well. On the next slide, we also asked a series of questions where we presented items that could be included in a Carmel Unified School District bond measure, and we asked respondents on a scale from 1 to 7, where 1 is not at all important and 7 is extremely important, how would they rate each one? And you can see summarized on this slide the proportion that rated each one as a 7, a 6, or a 5, and then the total who rated each one as important. So we look for the totals as well as intensity. So the portion rating each of these is a 7. And this slide summarizes the top potential components according to voters. On the top, updating classrooms and labs for hands-on instruction and career and college readiness. That's important to 74% of voters. Improving accessibility for students with disabilities is important to 71%. It's extremely important to 42%. Updating school technology, engineering, and arts classrooms and labs, 71% consider that important. Upgrading outdated plumbing and sewer systems, 69%. Improving school safety and security, 68%. Upgrading classroom technology, important to 68%. And replacing aging roofs is important to 67%. On the next slide, the remaining projects that we asked about. You can see, I won't read them all to you, but remaining projects that we asked about, all of these are important to more than 50%, with the one exception at the bottom, upgrading schoolyards with shade and green space. But indeed, all the potential bond projects are important to the majority of voters. On the next slide, you can see here this is the vote progression over the course of the survey. So you saw the initial vote was 47%. We also presented a couple of informational messages in the survey about what are the benefits and the features of this bond measure. So you see, we already shared the data around the potential bond projects. We also shared information about why this measure is beneficial and necessary. It helps update classrooms and facilities that are up to 80 years old. It helps provide necessary upgrades and repairs to classrooms and facilities to ensure students are prepared for hands-on education and job preparation, career preparation. It helps ensure students are safe while at school. There are fiscal accountability features. These kinds of things were presented. And given that information, we asked once again, we presented voters with the potential measure and said, given what you've heard, how would you vote on the measure? And you can see the total support goes up to 52%, which is an increase over the initial support at 47%, but it doesn't quite reach the 55% level that is needed for passage. Then on the other side, we also presented some of the things you might hear from a person who would oppose the measure. So some of the things you might hear from opponents are around how now is not the time for a measure. We have high cost of living. We should vote no on a tax measure, or we can't trust how the funds might be spent. After this information or these messages from a potential opponent were presented, we then once again asked, given everything you've heard, how would you vote on the measure? And you can see support once again goes down to its initial level at 47% and 52% no. So we do see an impact of both positive and negative information on support. On the next slide, we have just these notes in conclusion based on these results. We do see that voters are aware of the quality of schools, but they seem to lack awareness of the need for additional funding. We think increasing awareness of facility needs is very important. The results do indicate that a bond measure this year may not be feasible as support remains below the 55% threshold that's needed for passage throughout the survey. Voters who don't support a measure predominantly cite their perception that the funding isn't needed as a reason for voting no. And although we do see an increase in support after respondents receive information about the needs and the benefits, as well as the components of a proposed measure, we still don't see it rise to the 55% that is needed over the course of the survey. Accordingly, we think communicating broadly with the community about the need for funding dedicated to improving facilities, while also reinforcing the positive things happening in the schools, is highly recommended. So with that, I'm happy to turn it back over to the district staff and answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Jessica. So I'll just put a little closure on this and then we'll turn it over to the board for discussion and conversation. But I think it's really important to remember we have received urging from people to consider a bond. We've been asked about what's happening. where are we with facilities? We've been also the recipients of questions around why would we do things. So just as a reminder, there's folks in the community who are on all sides of this who are wanting answers, and I believe that this information is incredibly helpful. It is not helpful to make a decision on a hunch or the pressure of one group who might be advocating stronger than another, or some who might be more aware than others that a facilities master plan even exists, etc. So this information hopefully is beneficial to everyone. I just want to thank the district staff who did collaborate to create tonight's presentation and pull up all of the information. Certainly I educated myself about the history of the project, went back and read board meetings, board items, had lots of conversations, asked questions. We spent some time really making sure we were all understanding of what took place and where things were left off when COVID hit, and how do we move forward and what are our options. However, based on what you heard this evening, along with consultation with our advisors, financial, communications, PR, polling, all of the different experts that we reach out to in these types of situations, but most importantly, this polling, we certainly are all of a mind where the staff currently is not recommending that the board proceed with putting a bond on the ballot in November 2024. That said, it is the board's decision, but I have been asked what our recommendation would be. That is our recommendation. It is the board's decision, and staff is more than happy to prepare the necessary documents for the July board meeting if the board would like to direct us to do so. That is the last board meeting we have before we run out of time to do that. So we do have to have that information or that conversation. Alternative options might be the consideration in the future down the road. The next most successful time for bonds to be approved in communities overall. And I think a lot of folks on our expert team can speak to this, but including Jessica, is a gubernatorial election, and we do have one coming up in 2026, so that's possible, but it can be at any future election time or anytime we want to create an election. It just costs differently. And then obviously there's a possibility for, abandoning the project altogether and moving on and moving forward. That is the full continuum of possibilities and options. So with that, I turn it over to the board for discussion.
The board did not receive any requests for public comment on this item, so we'll open up to board discussion, starting with Carl and working our way back this way.
Okay. Well, it's not a secret that I have had concerns about this at this time of the year. It's a timing thing for me. And but before I start, I want to thank Sharon for a couple things here. Number one, she is respecting the body of work that has been done here, and I think that is really important. It's been a lot of work. It's a lot of effort, and then it was stopped cold in its tracks. And she might have delayed this, but she hasn't. The second thing I want to thank her for is the survey, and I'll tell you why. My instincts and experience tell me that we're just not ready to do this. I've been through two of them. They can be a lot of work. We got a guy sitting in the audience that knows a lot about that work, and not named Dan, but right behind him. And so for me, the climate, it's really timing, only timing for me. It's a political climate. It has to do with what I hear in the community, my instincts. The other piece of this for me is the standard deviation percentages do not cover the needed percentages to move this thing forward. If you just look at the simple math involved in this, it would take very little of an insurrection of any kind to derail this. And I think but for timing, it has to be done. Dan and Yvonne are not wrong. these are things that are gonna have to happen, and they're gonna cost more money every time we don't get it done soon. There's just no question about it. But I think the risk of not being successful is something that we just do not need moving forward. We're going to have a different school board coming up here pretty soon, and so I remain where I started, in not moving forward. That's me.
Well, Dan, I've lived through some of those pictures, having spent 15 years up there. I think that Dan had to come up when he had an insurrection in my classroom, and my students looked up finally, and noticed that the ceiling tiles were falling down. And I said, I've put in a work order, and they're backed up, and they were like, we're going to die. Somebody is going to get killed by this. And I said, well, there's something you can do about this. We could go down to the principal's office and made it into a political awareness meeting. And by the time we got back to the classroom after having been down to the principal's office, Dan was standing in my classroom and goes, oh yeah, that's really a problem. They were actually had hit the bottom or the tops of these lights, and it was sagging that far. And Dan, you came and took care of it, zip, zap, wham, bang, and it was done. So, yeah, I've lived through that. I've spent many time in all of those classrooms. I got pushed from pillar to post because I was working part-time. And I do remember room 24 with Fletcher, and you'd roll a ball and it would roll all the way to the end of the building. And it's like, this building is going down the hill right now. So it is no longer, it's been redone. Yes, so we absolutely need it. We absolutely need to have our facilities updated, especially at the high school, especially taking a look at what we're doing. But the mathematician in me takes a look at this and looks at the survey and looks at the numbers, and I'm going, there's no way. There's absolutely no way that we can get it done right now. The public really needs a lot more, input on this. And they need to, when we looked at the top potential bond projects, and we had the second page on that, sorry, mine are all out of order, additional potential bond projects, the group is all over the place. The respondents are all over the place as to what they would think it would be. And they haven't sort of narrowed in on these few aspects to really pump them up and get them going. I think that really needs to be there. It just needs more time to air, and that is on the board, that's on the admin to get the public in there. And then I think that the comment, and forgive my putting this out there, but don't even have to forgive me for it. You can go ahead and shoot me down for it. You don't shut the public up and then go and ask them for something. It's not a good idea. It really isn't. You need to get the public in here, seeing what we're doing, and really show them that we are working for the best interests of the kids, and really get them behind us, if not 100%, because you can't get anybody 100%, at least more than 55%, and really get them behind us. And I think you can do that by showing them. And I talked to Sharon about different things, having, site open houses where you can just say, hey, take a look around, folks. Take a look around at what's going on here, and, what do you think? And I think that's something that was really telling, and it goes back to what we were talking about in terms of school climate's important. And let me get to the page. The second to last group, where was it? The second to last group was our alums, folks. Second to last group that would vote for a bond in the group that was surveyed are the alums. I mean, they're down at 38%. That goes to school climate. They're not remembering a great experience, and that we need to do something about it, and we need to really get behind our school. And I think that that's something that we really need to work on. So school climate is important. Thank you.
Can I?
Go ahead.
Go. No, sorry. I just wanted a clarification from Anne Marie. When you say that we are shutting the public up, and then can you just clarify what you mean by that? I just want to understand a little bit better.
I think that the public, from who I have been speaking with, which is so many people, that they feel that they are being told you're not important in what we're doing, They're not the first thing on our, thought. The money is coming from them. It's being put out there. And they're thinking that they're more of an afterthought. And we are, you guys are the experts in what you're doing. No, I mean, I'm not questioning that at all. But the public is not feeling like they are a part of this or welcome. And that's what I'm getting from the public. And so that's what I said, because I'm here representing the people that voted for me, and that's what they've been telling me.
And so can you elaborate a little bit about how you would change that to allow more public input on an evaluation that was to assess whether we should do a bond? I guess I'm still not understanding.
I think that by having people more involved in it, you get the community, you get people, and excuse me for using, I won't even use the names. We've had some familiar faces hanging out here. And I think that they feel like their thoughts and interests are not valid. And so they're like, why, this is going to determine what my future property taxes are going to look like. This is what the future values of my property is going to be. But I'm not being allowed to say anything, and I'm being relegated to the outside. And I can think of I'm sure every one of us can think of a couple of bodies that have been in here who have been saying things. And if you take a look at YouTube, we've rolled our eyes at them. We have, tried to shut them down, and those people have got a voice. They've got a say, and they should really be brought in. If you keep your friends closer, you keep the people who are the naysayers even closer, so they can see you.
But I guess I would say, that's what the whole idea of this survey was to get public input. And I value that public input. I'm sure we all do.
Oh, yes, indeed.
And so I think this was a great example of how to make sure to engage the public in a non-biased way through random survey, ensuring that the demographics are representative of not just Carmel Unified School District parents or employees or staff, but of voting registrants. So it seems to me like this is actually a really great way to involve the public.
Oh, I am not saying anything bad about the survey. I right from the methodology all the way to its conclusions. I'm with you on that 100%. But I think in some ways this also validates our last, research survey that came back, that was sort of poo-pooed and shoved under the rug from HYA in terms of they don't think that we're fiscally responsible. Some of these categories came in here with, we're not being responsible with our money. At least they're not being perceived as being fiscally responsible. And that comes back. That's a theme that has come back at us again. And I think we need to take a look at that. And that means bringing the community in and embracing them, whether they're going to be, here to criticize us or not, and just say, we're here. We're going to stay here. There's going to be a board no matter what. There's going to be a superintendent no matter what. And we have to figure out how we're going to get along with the people who are putting the money out. It's going to come from the property owners, and it's mostly going to come from the renters. The renters are going to pay any increase, and the property owners that are using the properties are going to be paying the increase. Not that it's all that much of an increase, but still it's an increase. And people are looking at everything, coming back and, getting them right around the waistband. It's, cinching tighter and tighter and tighter. And we need to really give them a reason to say, hey, look, this community originally came up with the idea of, having all the money go directly to the county and then coming back to us. Most districts do not vote that. They vote to say, well, we're not going to be a community funded district. We're going to have it go to the state and have it come back to us a fraction of what we put out there. We're getting a tremendous amount of money because the voters have said, well, we will forego some, extra road improvements and bridge improvements and whatever the, public works improvements are coming from our bond. From our property taxes. That's what it pays for. We're putting it so it's directly coming back to our schools. The voters in this district really voted for schools. They liked their schools. Give them a reason to like their schools. Show them what we're doing. Show them all the great things that the kids are doing. Because really, we got some great things going on here. We have got great, ideas. We've got great programs we've got great staff that's going on here. And we really need to just show the public we need to have this additional funding to be able to really get us over the top and really just make us a showcase school. And I think that if you bring the community in and not keep them at arm's length, I think that you really will do much better in getting them done, but it's going to take time to do that, which is, for me, is 2026, even though we really, really, really need the money.
So I'd like to thank Dan and Yvonne for the portions of their presentation, and also Jessica. I was part of the Master's Facilities Planning as a community member and as a PTA president, so I was involved in a lot of those exercises. And then I was on the board and on the bond committee with a former board member and a former superintendent as well. So I think it is really important to reinforce that you don't make decisions like this on a hunch or what you think or what you've heard. So I really appreciate the data mining and the data gathering and everything that Jessica and her team have done to compare this previous survey that we did to the one we did recently. And I guess I see this very differently, that we did not engage the community, but this is on purpose because we needed a baseline of data and metrics. And if we had gone out and if we had done the full marketing and advertising campaign for the bond, that would have skewed the data. So I feel like what we received here is a great baseline. And now we know where we need to go from here. And I do believe there's work to be done, right, in terms of community engagement and a lot of the data points that you made, Dan, a lot of data points that you made, Yvonne, about construction costs and about the aging facilities. I think there is an element of those bullet points that are widely unknown, right? So I think when the time does come to market and promote and advertise this bond, I think there's a huge piece of it that is educating the community. So I agree with the results from the data that the community does lack the awareness that's needed to pass the bond, right now for the November election. But I do believe that with the right campaign, the right data points moving forward with this in 2026, I feel would be favorable. So I agree. I agree with the data and the research, and thank everybody who was involved.
Yeah, likewise, I value the survey and the input from the participants from the community. I think it was really important to be able to involve them, but not front load it with information which would bias the answer. And I did have a couple questions, I think, for Dan and Yvonne and Jessica, if she's still on. Well, possibly for Jessica. But so I just thought it would be interesting, Dan, to hear a little bit about, because maybe there's a lack of knowledge from the public about why, like we saw this in the responses that, well, doesn't the district have enough money to do this themselves? Because I think we are perceived as a very wealthy district that has funding available to, obviously support a healthy education for our kids. Like, why don't you just have that extra cash on hand to be able to, and I'm not saying that this is what the public said, but I could understand the perception of being, well, like, why don't you have enough money? And so I think it just would be interesting to provide a little bit of background about why bonds are typically the way to create infrastructure and structures and help to get to an end goal of a master's facility plan.
Sure. The state used to have matching funds for school districts called deferred maintenance, and they would supply a certain amount to the district, and the district would match it, and you do projects with some maintenance projects with that. This district also has a restricted maintenance account, which is a state mandated percentage of our general fund expenditures. Between those two, we could do some projects, but they're not really intended for capital improvements. They're intended to maintain what you have. Deferred maintenance has gone away from the state. So what we have right now is restricted maintenance account, which is not anywhere near what we need to maintain the facilities. Every year I come up with a list of maintenance projects that are high dollar projects. And as my restricted maintenance account is used up by emergencies over the years, I'm narrowing down the list of projects I can accomplish over the summer with the remaining funds. In the late 2000s or early 2010 timeframe, construction costs really dropped, and at that time the district was setting aside some general fund money every year, and some of that was covering some projects. Like we were building a classroom wing at the high school for under $900,000, which is unheard of now. You're talking about a $5 million project, and the theater that we built for $8 million, you're talking $25–30 million. So the construction costs have outpaced our ability to fund that type of activity through, capturing some fund balance at the end of the year. That's just the nature of construction throughout the state.
And I think, Seabury, what Dan just articulated, that all goes into the marketing campaign, the community education that we would do as we start approaching the bond and getting the community more educated. And I think, it is widely unknown, and I think I comment on this every year with you, Yvonne, that 85% of our budget goes to staff salaries and benefits, right? And I think that's also a statistic that's largely unknown. And why you just said, I think there is, the general population may say, well, of course you guys have enough money. I think there is work to be done in that area, because I think the points that you're making are good.
Let me add into this too. Parents don't pass school bonds. The community passes school bonds. And we've only got 2,400 students. And we don't even have two parents in the household in a lot of those. So Dan's point is one we've constantly struggled with, which is passing Carmel Middle School at 35–40 miles an hour. Place looks like a palace. If you don't have kids in school and you're not connected to the system, you don't know what those campuses look like on the inside. They all look nice from the outside. And so there's a lot more to bringing the community along than one would think. There are also those people in the community who feel they've already paid their dues. You know what I mean? And so it's not that simple of a process. I think, bringing the votes in has to be extremely well orchestrated. And the things Dan's talking about, you would only know about at that high school if you had a kid there, or if you happen to be at an event of some kind. But the optic for Carmel schools in general is that they look great. And if you look at the high school, what do they see? They see a all-weather field. They see a gigantic theater. They see a big swimming pool. They see all of this. And so I think it's important to remember parents will help us get there. They're really the engine. But it's the voting populace that we need to get to that has no access to the information that we have.
Well, and I think it's important to remember, to that point, Carl, is that's why you engage in a marketing agency at the time. I was involved in the vetting of those agencies, and that's exactly what they do. They're not so much educating the parents in the community, but it's the general population and the members of the community, to all of the points that have been mentioned so far. And this is what they do and where their expertise lies.
Yeah, so I guess that was one of my follow-up questions, and is, like, I was under the impression that the district and the board can advocate for the bond. Is that incorrect?
So the district can advocate for a bond, but you can't say vote yes. So there are some restrictions that you have to follow. And so generally you engage with I always call it a blue ribbon committee, of people in the community that will support this, and you do take them on tours of the sites, and you engage with them, and there's usually fundraising that goes with that, because we also can't spend money on it. And so that committee will help fundraise to pay for the campaign.
So Yvonne, while you're still there, with this margin of error and with the numbers that are coming up, the support, we're not far off from it. 68% of people say, raise my
Right.
taxes, spend the money on the kids, build the facilities, but they're not ready to vote on it today.
Right.
Could that be overcome in this election season, or we're too close, it's not going to happen, even with an outside agency, the Blue Ribbon Committee, as you talk?
Right.
This seems like a really tight schedule for this election.
It is a very tight schedule, and we, with our group with Sharon and our advisors, we were all around it, on Zoom and talking about this. And with the results from the survey, they said it's really hard at this point to move the needle. But I fully believe that in 2026 we can be very successful in moving that needle way above 56% with proper communication, lots of communication, the people getting behind us to do that.
Like a slam dunk, is that your opinion,
I believe so.
2026? Yep.
Mhm.
And here's marginal, maybe
Right.
not, and
Right.
possibly embarrassing. Okay. And then as far as working towards a bond in the future, do we have to completely redo the master plan? Or are there items on that are still relevant? Because there was a lot of money spent on it. As another board member pointed out, we're already a third of the way through it. So does that totally need to be revamped at today's costs, or can we salvage some of that data and continue down that path? Because I'm sure a lot of those needs are still our needs.
Right, you generally don't redo an entire master plan when you've gone to the level we've done unless you let it sit for 20 years.
Okay.
It's pretty relevant still, and the updates are really based on the changes in our programs and the direction we want to go with the various CTE or career readiness programs. But the baseline information is still relevant right now.
Thank you.
My experience with the bond is there's absolute stuff that needs to be done, and it's worn out. But then when you're appealing to the community, you want to add in some of the things that are aesthetics. And one of the things I've been using as an example is trees on the campus, which is now becoming pretty popular. Creating learning environments outdoor that are more appealing to the students, those kind of things. So in the process of a bond, a committee will begin the process of sorting out the absolutes. What do we really have to be doing here? And move it into, this is where the world is going. Are we going to join them?
Which is funny about that, Carl, because that was last on everybody's list. I know. I'm just
You
saying.
have to have,
Okay.
you got to have them in there. You got to have those teasers in there for people, because
Well-
people, you want votes. And if you stick to just the concrete, Dan, that's, been cut up 40 times, you're not going to get the people up at Del Mesa. It's not going to happen, So you put all kinds of stuff in there.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
So yeah, and I had a question, Yvonne. I just, with my NOAA hat and some of the work I do with green schools, I feel like there's a lot of money coming through the state now to upgrade facilities for more green friendly opportunities. Is that something that we could look into sooner rather than later?
We have looked at it, and it is definitely more than mentioned in the current facility master plan. So it was identified as a need back when that was being developed with community input. And so yes, there are funds out there. We have looked at some different sustainability initiatives, and some of them make a lot of sense for Carmel, and some of them don't, just because of our climate. And
Yeah.
so being really wise about what we do is going to be very important.
Okay. And then I know I asked this question prior to the meeting, but as Carl mentioned, there's obviously some things that we really need to get done now.
Right.
And so where will those funds come from to do that?
So we have, as you know, we have projects that are in progress right now. And so that funding source has been the general fund reserves. And so those projects are fully funded at this point in time and are in the process of either starting or some of them are being completed. And so to do any of the other things that are smaller, because we certainly don't have the funds to do, like replace those 1935 buildings that are now 85 years old. They're 85 years old. We don't have funds to do something like that. And so, but we do have funds to do those smaller projects.
Or I just want to clarify, because I've heard this a lot in just this academic year. We do not have the funds to build a new central kitchen and things of that nature. That is tens of millions of dollars. Not, you're looking at $40-50 million for that.
Yeah. When I first came to the district and saw the central kitchen, and I had come from a state-of-the-art kitchen, I was like, oh my word. And now that's, 5 years later, and our participation has increased. That central kitchen is a dire need. Yeah.
And I know too that isn't there some state mandates coming down for more gender neutral bathrooms that we're going to have to do soon?
Yes.
Yes, and that actually my commentary around helping us to budget moving forward is very much in alignment with those kinds of things, because we do have to budget for them, as we will the timeline will be up, or the requirement will be implemented before we get to a 2026 election for some of those things.
One more quick one for Dan. So we've done the inflation factor based on the past numbers from 2017, 2019 to today. 2 years from now, what's a rough percentage of increased costs that we could expect, in your opinion? Just the percentage, not the dollars.
Well, what I'm seeing in the last couple of years, if you saw the slide, we only saw once, and I think that was in 2006 when right after we passed the 2005 bond, it went up 12%, and that was a one-off. But if you look at the numbers, we've had 2 years with double-digit increases. And when I talk to the contractors, there's just so much work occurring that they anticipate it's going to keep skyrocketing. That's what I'm hearing from the trades. But maybe we have somebody that can speak to that.
I concur.
Thank you.
Jason, since this is can you remind me of the parameters of this agenda item, since
This is discussion only. We are open to, as a board, to provide direction if we want the district staff to pursue this and prepare documents for the next one. We can table it for down the road, and those are about our options. No, I think it is something that we need to look at for the future and start working on, but it seems like everybody involved is aware and they've collected the data, and now we know what we need to do and where our shortfalls are, and it's very close. So if there's no further discussion, we'll move on to the next agenda item, 5E, Independent Contractor Service Agreement, Dennis Wolliver Kelly, Attorneys at Law, with Superintendent Sharon Offek.
All right, so for this item, thank you, just get my materials out. So this item is related to the evaluation of legal services and renewal of the district's legal services contract. This item was tabled from the June 12th meeting, allowing staff to gather input in accordance with board bylaw. Tonight's item provides the areas for which input was solicited and the average rating in each area. Input was solicited from staff who work with legal counsel and board members. This information is provided tonight in order to facilitate the board in making its evaluation of DWK after hearing public comment and having its own discussion.
I apologize. The board received no request for public comment, so now we'll open it up to board discussion, starting with Carl and working our way back this way.
Well, in terms of the contract itself, it's a pretty good sized firm that has an awful lot of moving parts and a lot of players that we deal with. And I think, in my view, the overall perspective in terms of, handling everything from special education to you name it, issues with students that are confidential, staffing, et cetera, and so on. I think overall, I think that we have to look at it that way. I think we have to, just look at all the level of services that we've had from them, and that's just kind of the way I see it. So I don't see any reason. They're also pretty heavily invested in the operation that we have, and they know all of what is needed to be. They've carried a lot of cases and a lot of issues for us. They have a lot of history here that is current, and so I honestly don't see any reason why we would change anything.
I think that the theme of my response back that none of you saw was proactive. That's what I would like to see. I think that DWK is definitely capable. They've come back, and I think we need more trainings, and I think we need more information up front. I think we can eliminate a lot of the cases. We have a tremendous amount of money going out on legal cases. I think just sometimes because we're tripping over our own feet, or we're, whatever. But I think that a lot of that can be solved just by being proactive, and instead of saying, well, we can defend you on this, how about don't do that in the first place? And I that's what the main theme of what I said out there was, and I think that they're very capable of having that. They've got, all the trainings and things that I have been to with DWK, I have been very impressed by what I've seen. I've learned a lot from that. I think I would just like to see more of that, not just for the board, but for, all of our, admin. I think that they can really get a lot of the oopsie doodles out of the way that have, come back and really bitten us later on. And I think that that's the only thing that I would put out there was pretty much on every category was proactive. Just be proactive. Thank you.
So I think one of the benefits of DWK is their level of collaborativeness with us, and engagement, and the fact that they have different attorneys that specialize in different areas. So I think, as Carl was mentioning, whether it's special ed or whether it's personnel or whether it's the different categories, I feel like they have provided a high level of service, a high level of engagement. I feel like they have a strong understanding of our community. I feel like they have provided training and professional education opportunities, agreed that we should leverage them more for that, because I feel like the Title IX one specifically was excellent. It was well attended and it was well executed by DWK and their staff. So overall, I feel like we have been receiving good service from them, and I believe that we will continue to do so.
Yeah, I don't have much more to add to that, but I did provide independently my rating, which is I just felt they are responsive, they're experienced. I feel that there's a high level of reliability. I agree that there's, does seem to be a wide range of expertise, and I feel like they've always come prepared in anticipation of questions we might ask or topics of discussion. And I agree. I think Anne Marie is correct that it would be great to take better advantage of their trainings and be a little bit more proactive. I think that's a great suggestion.
I agree with a lot of previous comments made, and in my short tenure in board leadership, I get to interface with them directly, and calls out if there's a question, there's a call back within half an hour, or it's answered, whether our local attorney who's assigned to us is at another board meeting for another school district. He'll answer the phone, let me know, or do I need to call back now? It happens really quick. The fees I thought were in line with everything else. It's less than what I pay my attorney for my business just to do paperwork. And we do get a lot of good services from them. And I agree that I attended that Title IX training with Sarah, and it answered every single question I had in a 45-minute presentation, and she was open to questions, and it was very clear and concise, and I haven't seen that attorney again. It's not someone that we interface with regularly, but other things we've had second opinions or other attorneys get assigned to us, and everything that they're saying seems to be really close to in line with DWK. Everybody has their own way to execute it specifically, and the law is very complicated, and it's not black and white. There's rulings could go either way, but in general, in the aggregate, they definitely do perform, in my opinion, too. And I like the idea of continuity right now with an election coming up with 4 board seats available, new superintendent this year. I think it's important that we stick with them for this year.
So I can make a motion based on the board's successful evaluation of DWK and make a motion to approve the contract as presented.
I'll second that.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Thank you. Agenda item 5F, resolution number 24-13, declaration of need for fully qualified educators with Chief Human Resource Officer Craig Chavez.
I hope to be the least exciting thing on the agenda tonight with this item. This is a resolution that specifically we have to do on an annual basis as a district to make sure that we can employ individuals in those areas where sometimes they may be more difficult to fill. The resolution is on the screen for you at this time. Specifically, I'll draw your attention to item number 2. We have a need, and this is potentially 3 individuals specifically for limited assignment permits in specialized areas of home economics, industrial and technology education, and business. That those individuals may require some additional time to finalize the certification process so that we don't need to do this on a long-term basis. But this provides us an opportunity to make sure that we're providing high-quality instruction to students with individuals who do meet minimum qualifications for this.
The board did not receive any requests for public comment, so we'll move on to board comments or questions, starting at the end with Carl and working our way back.
No comments.
Ditto.
No, but thank you.
I can make a motion.
Feel free to make a motion. I have no comments.
I move to approve resolution number 24-13, declaration of need for fully qualified educators for the 2024-2025 school year as presented.
Second.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Agenda item 5G, approve the tentative agreement classification and compensation study group 3 between CSEA and its chapter 190 and CUSD and associated AB 1200 public disclosure documents with Chief Human Resources Officer Craig Johnson.
And if you can open the third attachment, which is, thank you. So I will say this first. This is 2 years of work that we're bringing to you, and it's like final status. So I do want to stop for just one moment and I thank an individual who's taken some time. They wouldn't normally be here, but she has shouldered a lot of the work of moving things forward, and that is the director in HR with me, Therese Phillips. We could not have done this without her support and her effort all along through the process. She came in, and this was literally the first thing I said, you're on this, and you're helping me carry this torch, but you're going to be carrying it more often than I will. So I do want to stop and thank her for her efforts. It would not be here before you unless she had done the work behind the scenes with employees, with our labor partners, with myself, and the staff around the district. So thank you, Therese, for everything that you've done on this project. With that, this particular tentative agreement between CSEA and its Chapter 190 and the district brings to as close a close as we're going to get in regards to a classification and compensation study. For the public, a classification study is really taking a look at the jobs that are being accomplished by our classified staff members and ensuring that their job descriptions reflect, 1, the work that the district needs done by those particular roles, and 2, of the work actually being done in those particular roles to support students in those areas of need. And then finally, the compensation study that then results from that is to make sure that our job classifications are reflective of the market. We did have comparable districts that we do look at. There are 6 comparable districts that we look at on each of our kind of labor groups, and this brings us in line with those groups. So I don't want to belabor all of this, but this document that you have here is this attachment. And I'm going to ask if you can go down a few pages till it starts to change colors. And it might be sideways, so I apologize for that. It's just how it scans. So if you can stop there for me. This part of the document is really the meat of the work, and that is what were our job description classifications before? What are those titles now? Were there changes in terms of those allocations, and when did those take effect? The document that precedes this, which is really the tentative agreement, outlines the rationale as to why it happened and when it happened. And so I just want to make sure that the public and you as the board are aware that that's really the context of this particular work. This brings to a close the phases. So I am here to answer any specific questions that you may have, but it has been a very, very long road. But I will say, when I walked in and job descriptions from 1995, I knew that there was work to be done.
The board received no requests for public comment. We can open it up to the board, starting at the end with Carl and coming this way.
No comment, except for it is an enormous amount of work. And thanks, Therese, for, helping the big guy out here.
Thank you to both of you. I appreciate it. I've been asking questions all along, so I feel comfortable with what's going on. Thank you, both of you.
Thank you, Therese and Craig. I know this has been a labor of love, or maybe not so much. But thank you for all the hard work and time and dedication to do this. This project, well aware how many phases it's gone through, and it's definitely been a haul. So I appreciate it, and I think it's something that was really, really necessary. I've also asked all my questions, so thank you so much.
I just had one question. Are you going to put some caveats in place for when this will happen again? How often should it happen?
Trying to be excited. What is it? After you win the championship, you have that one day, and then you turn around and you start looking at what's next. That's always an ongoing conversation. So we'll be talking about the process. I think the shame would be is doing all the work and then going over the same period of time and not having it done again, or the same type of work. So it's important to maintain and to continue to look. So we'll have to have those conversations about how we do that. But we have not gotten to that point. Just trying to do this part first.
Can I just
but
chime
it has
in
not
on
been
that?
lost on the conversation.
Yeah, I just want to chime in and say I think the more immediate objective is to maintain this this idea of what we've just done, and it is not a very common process that districts engage in to do what this is a comprehensive reclassification project, which is also nicknamed a wall-to-wall. That is every position in this unit, and that is why it took a long time, and it is not easy work. So I am grateful to them as well. It started before I got here, but certainly I've been involved in different elements of it. But I think the focus would be to maintain it at this point. And hopefully, if you maintain it, you don't have to do it for many decades.
Yeah, and the feedback that I've seen and received is that everybody's grateful, especially the people that it acknowledged what they were really doing, and I think a lot of people felt they were doing more than they were tasked with, and I think it was important to individual staff members and the union as a whole, and I appreciate the work you guys put into it. Thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to make sure I'm not undermining the success of this at all. I just
Not at all.
So, and I do really appreciate all the work that you put on, and congratulations, Therese, on your new job.
If there are no additional questions or comments, can I please receive a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the tentative agreement classification and compensation study group 3 between CSCA and its chapter 190 and CUSD and the associated AB 1200 public disclosure document.
Second.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
On to agenda item 5H, emergency action authorizing reconstruction of school facilities with Chief Operations Officer Dan Paul.
Okay, this is an extension of the emergency action we approved several months ago, just as a way of an update. Some long lead time items have been ordered. We're hoping to have power on in the building next week, and the architect was finishing his code study and hoping to get plans out to the contractor today. I haven't seen him yet, but I hope he's working late. So if you have any questions, I can answer them. Otherwise, I recommend approval.
Thank you, Dan. And since we received no request for public comment, we will open up to the board, starting with Carl, working our way back.
No questions.
No questions.
I'll make a motion.
I did have one question.
Oh.
With these long lead time items, are we still on track to open for next year? And if they don't come in, can we open and take care of them on weekends or break?
It will be up to the licensing authority, and we don't have delivery dates for some of the lead time items. The one that we're worried about right now is we were going to put additional windows in to kind of match the old floor plan. We can open without windows. It's some of the other things, if we can't get the toilets or the sink or something like that. Those look like they're okay, but we're still on track, but anything can trip us up now.
Thank you for your hard work on this project. And if there's no other comments, may I receive a motion?
I'm on. I move to approve the continuance of the emergency action authorization.
Second.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes. Yes.
Agenda item 5I, approval of Kent Construction for modification of Apple Pie modular classroom with Chief Operations Officer Dan Paul.
Okay, this is the approval of the contract for Kent Construction to perform the modifications to the building to bring it to the condition we need it for the program. This meets the timelines that were required when we declared the emergency action. You have to bring it to the board for approval within a certain amount of time. So this will keep us going.
So
Hold on a second, Carl. The public gets to talk first. But we received no requests for public comment, so we'll start with you.
Is the public at bay yet? Okay, thank you. So Dan, is Kent doing all the fine work in there? Is that what they're doing? The finish work? I'm just curious, because I did go through the building and...
Yeah, they'll be constructing the restrooms and kind of the kitchen area that'll have the dishwasher and the other appliances in it. And there's a hand wash sink that needs to go in. We're kind of mirroring the old floor plan, but swapping the location of the restrooms to work better for the program. They'll install the additional windows. They'll install the additional door we need. So they're basically getting everything ready to get us to the point where we can ask the state to come down and certify it for the preschool program.
Did you say additional windows? Because when I saw it, there were no window, hardly any windows in it.
Right, there's 2 windows in it right now. One of them would be in a restroom, so we're taking that one out and moving it to another wall. And then we're adding another window on the opposite side. So it'll kind of have the same amount of natural light as the other building did.
Gotcha.
Go ahead.
Thank you for the new extras. Appreciate it. That's my only comment.
If there are no additional comments, may I receive a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the contract with Kent Construction.
I'll second.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Thank you, Dan. Agenda item 6, public comment on non-agendized items. Members of the public may address the board regarding items or topics within the board's jurisdiction that are not on the agenda, and at this time, we have nobody requesting to address the board. Our next item is item 7, informal report with Superintendent Sharon Ofek.
I don't necessarily well, I'll say one more thing. I guess I am very grateful to Dan Paul and his team for making sure that we do continue to stay on track and be able, in an effort to be able to open apple pie at the start of the school year. And I will tell you, it is a challenge. But in addition to that and all the other things he's been doing, I want to comment on the facility that is being built out here at the middle school. A lot of folks have asked. It is a new professional learning center, but it will also be the new boardroom for our meetings once we have it up and running. And our delay in terms of moving into that space is connected to power, and we are in decent shape on that, and we may, emphasis on may, be able to hold our next board meeting there. So it is not guaranteed, but we may have power by then. So we may be seeing a setup in that space for our new academic year. And if not July, then for sure August. I can't imagine it going beyond that. But I just want to say thank you to everyone for their patience and hard work on making sure that building gets completed and we get to move into it. And we did take a tour this week with a lot of different groups, including people who are going to be doing their work in there. And there's a lot of enthusiasm and excitement connected to that. So we're looking forward to it.
Thank you. Item 8, board operations. These are routine status updates regarding campus activities, meeting schedules, conferences, and meetings attended, and recent developments from the Board of Education. And we'll start with Carl.
No comment.
I've been having great fun. I went to Community Human Services meeting. We had our budget meeting. So I have got all the information for that and some of the things that they went to. And some of them I can't speak about in a school because it has to do with. So, but that was it. I got the list of all the meetings for next year and for also for Career Tech Ed, our JPA. So those are all in line and all ready to go. And so it's all gearing up for next year already. So I look forward to it. Thanks.
I don't have an update this evening, but thank you everybody for your presentations tonight. I know this was a healthy agenda for a July meeting. So I do appreciate everybody who took the time to put together their presentations and present to the board tonight. So thank you.
Yeah, I don't have any updates at all. Thanks.
Thank you. As Sharon mentioned, we did complete the Masters in Governance, and they sent me in this nice envelope a certificate of completion. I graduated the day after the last board meeting. I now have a lapel pin and a designation that I get to wear on my name tag. And we are in an exclusive club with Miss Anne-Marie Rosen also. So it was a lot of time, and I thought it was well worth it for as far as board operations and discussing how we drive policy versus run the district. And yeah, everything was great about it, and they just hammered home a lot of points, and that's been a lot of what drives me and how I make decisions and things that I lobby for and how I'm working towards things. And I appreciate that you guys invested in me, and I will always bring it back and give you the best return on your investment that I can. As far as upcoming things, I'm looking forward to going out to see the Kashawa Camp over this summer. That's a really good program, and I always like visiting them and seeing the enriching opportunities that we're offering our students out there. And I don't have anything else really planned before the next board meeting, kind of a quiet summer. Thank you.
I wanted to just thank you both for taking the Masters in Governance class. And I know, Jason, when I first got together with you and met you and threw everything for that class at him, and he took it and he was just like read through all the material. I mean, mind you, it's this much. And so I
glossed through it the first time.
That's all right.
Now I've got more intensive view.
You went through the class, and
I
my hat's off to you. It
Thank
is a hefty chunk of information, and both of you, I applaud you.
Thank you very much. Now we'll move on to our closed session agenda for tonight. Item 9, closed session. Before adjourning to closed session, the board will identify the closed session items and provide an opportunity for public comment on the items. Item 9A, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9, Subdivision D1, Monterey County Superior Court Case number 23CV003167, Davy Christine versus Carmel Unified School District. Item 9B, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code 54957.6, agency designated representative Craig Chavez employee organizations, ACT, CSEA, and non-represented groups. Item 9C, public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code 54957, superintendent. The board will now allow the opportunity for public comment on closed session items, and I don't think we received any. Okay, no request. The board will now adjourn to closed session at 8:13 p.m. Good evening. Coming out of closed session, the board reports the following. Item 9A, the board met with legal counsel to receive updates and provide directions on the cases referenced on the agenda. Item 9B, the board received an update from district staff and provided direction. Item 9C, the board discussed the superintendent's evaluation. The superintendent received a satisfactory evaluation. No other action was taken. Good evening.